1,000 years ago, when Arana was young but not innocent, the first age of man came to an end by the meeting of a sword and a shield. The sword of Zaramoth the Unmaker, powered by a subterranean river of magic, had ruled the age by unquestioned force, until the shield of Azunai the Defender became the sword's only rival in power. They were destined to meet on the field that would forever be known as the Plain of Tears. Zaramoth commanded control of the power. Azunai longed to disperse it. Both zealots could not win. But unbeknownst to either warrior, the sword and shield had destinies of their own. The sword shattered the shield and sparked the great cataclysm. The land split open, and the souls of the warriors, ripped from their chests, rushed into the river of souls that flowed beneath the land, splintering it into 1,000 ley lines. The shockwave was felt in every part of Arana. Even the lives that were spared were changed forever. The stars shifted, and the Second Age began. All this was forgotten for centuries. The magic that was scattered on the Plain of Tears was fractured under the world, waiting with its unpredictable power. Until a young prince named Valdis followed powerful visions to the mountain fortress called Zaramoth's Horns. The dark wizards mastered the magic and granted Valdis access to the lost sword of Zaramoth, the very instrument that ended the First Age. In that instant, the Second Age fell under the sword's ominous shadow.
More worthless mercs! You're late! You're nearly at the front immediately! Check in with Martin Lieutenant Gerrand at the tower! Now get moving!
I've had a bad feeling about this ever since we left Armonlu. There's something... I don't trust these Morn.
What are you standing around for? Check in with Morden Lieutenant Gerund at the tower! Get moving! Now! We're not paying you to look pretty. Get in there! You lot are late! There's a few extra scraps in the barrels. Break them open by right-clicking them. Now get out of my face, maggot!
Watch your step out there. I hear the Resistance forces are fiercely protective of that shrine Valdez is after. They say it's rough going against those dryads.
Mark, report to Morden Fighter Talk ahead for your combat lesson! Get moving now! Mark, report to Morden Fighter Talk ahead for your combat lesson! Get moving now! Do you know which end of a blade is which, maggot? Let's see if you can destroy this training dummy with your dagger. Even a filthy mercenary like you should be able to figure that out. To attack, right-click your enemy or target. Got it? What are you doing still standing here? Get moving, Mark! You'd better be able to handle a ranged weapon if you want to get paid, worm! Destroy this training dummy with your bow! Now! I can't believe they're letting you out on the battlefield! You'll be dryad fodder for sure! To equip a weapon, open your character's inventory window by double-clicking the character portrait and then left-click the inventory tab. Then, if you think you can manage that, you can drag an item from your inventory into the appropriate equipment slot. That should be simple enough for a merc to understand. What are you doing still standing here? Get moving, Mark!
I can't imagine you worms have the wits to cast spells, but it'll be amusing to watch you try. Destroy this training dummy with your fire shot or your ice shot spell. Did they not even teach you the basics? Your spells are already equipped, maggot. Left-click a spell in the character panel on the left side of the screen to ready it for casting. Even a filthy merc like you should be able to understand that. Still listening, scum? If you manage to stay alive long enough to find a new spell, you'll need to put it in your spellbook before you can use it. The first 4 spells in your spellbook are your active spells, which show up on your character panel. Got it? You must have gotten lucky, Merc. That spell looked pretty weak to me. What are you looking at? Get moving now!
More mercs playing at war! You probably don't even understand how to gain experience in the 4 classes, do you, scum? You mercs won't survive the night, but You may make it till sundown if you pay attention. You'll only gain experience in a class by fighting with its associated weapon type. If you fight with a melee weapon, you will gain melee experience, and if you fight with a combat magic spell, you'll gain combat magic experience. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Before you proceed, choose a class and stick with it. If you switch weapon types too much, you'll become a weak jack of all trades, and then those cursed dryads will eat you for breakfast. Not that you wouldn't deserve it. Took you long enough, Worm! The other mercs are at the front lines already! The Temple of the Coast must be taken by nightfall! Now get moving!
Wait. I have a bad feeling about this. My medallion feels heavy, as if it's trying to tell me not to move.
You aren't being paid to stand around! Get moving! Now! Those filthy dryads are summoning another shell! You mercs, get in there and destroy that thing!
Those must be the Bracken we learned about as children. Let's take them out!
What a way to make a living. Once again, into the madness.
These Bracken are as weak as Calrathian ale! We can kill them faster if we spread out! We should switch to rampage mode! These creatures remind me of our scuffles with the Taklak! Ah! If we focus our fire, they'll go down faster! Let's switch to mirror mode! These wooden creatures are weak to fire! Too bad I'm not a combat mage! Hey, that sword looks a lot like the weapons my father gave us when we were first learning to fight. You should pick it up.
Yes, die and leave me a pint of your blood. Ah, the smell of your kind makes the pain worse. Ah, ah. Cut the leg off or kill me now. Anything to stop the pain.
I have that traitorous fiend in my sights. I could, but why does my heart stay my hand? Perhaps there is more at play here than I can tell for the moment. There's something about this one.
Did you see that elf? I recognized him. It was Amron. I know that he is much talked about in Drudwin's tavern back home. He's rarely seen, but his deeds, real or imagined, are discussed there with enthusiasm. I would be interested in finding that out myself. These Ketrel are tough! Next time we see one, use my brutal attack power on it! That'll surprise them! You're turning into quite the warrior. Keep in mind, you should choose a class and stick with it if you want to approach my expertise.
Took you long enough, Worm! The temple is through the cave! Get moving, now!
Stop a moment. My medallion. I know how you feel about it, but I just can't shake this feeling that something is going to happen. The closer we get to the temple, the stronger I feel it. I look forward to that. But for now, I want you to take my medallion. Please, it's important to me. More than you know. Just promise that you won't ever let Voldus take it.
Keep moving to the Temple of the Coast. No need for you here. Get moving, worm! You marks are late! Get to the temple now!
Congratulations, Voldus. We have completed our task. When can we expect our pay? Look out!
As soon as I get out of here, these tree dwellers will feel the strength of my sword arm.
What do you want? What? Oh, you're one of the new ones. We pulled you out from underneath the body of a blue-haired elf and brought you here to the town of Ireland. You're to be kept behind bars until we figure out what to do with you. Warden Celia's in charge here, and what's to be done with you is up to her. If I were you, I would keep my head down and learn to be respectful before she finds you making demands. You wear the ring of submission to hold you in check. All prisoners must wear it. Hush, here comes the warden now.
Blasted dryads! Quickly, Lauren, while she's talking to that elf. Now's your chance.
Foul creature. I warned him what would happen if he attempted to harm a dryad. There can be no hope for these types.
Do not be so hasty, Celia. Some of these prisoners have roles to play yet. I have seen it. This poor soul here, for example. I know this one can be trusted.
I do not know, Amron. Given arms, that mercenary could well kill us all. The entire village is endangered.
As a personal favor to me, please give this prisoner a chance.
As you wish, my friend. I hope you are able to find that which you seek.
Namare, Melonamin. Till next we meet.
Amron the elf seems to trust you. I trust only the ring of submission around your neck, prisoner. Our troops found you on the battlefield. You are lucky they found you alive, unlike the blue-haired elf. You were fighting on the side of Valdis. You are an enemy to the Dryads of Ireland. Your friend is of no matter to me, and your medallion will remain property of Ireland until you show where your loyalties lie. It is my orders you will follow now, and you will learn to keep your head down and your mouth shut. I have a task for you. Go to the weaponsmith at the blacksmith shop. She has spared some sharpening stones for our warriors. Get them, and take them to the Dryad outpost just outside the north gate of town. No, the Temple of the Coast held the Aegis of Life, a powerful relic from the First Age. This artifact gave us all the protection we needed. Now the Aegis is gone, stolen by Valdis. Tell me, prisoner, what does he mean to do with it? Valdis is growing stronger by the day, as is his army. The Morden mean to destroy our outposts, and then us. Enough, prisoner! Go get the sharpening stones from the weaponsmith, and take them to the outpost in the northern jungle. If you do well, I might reward you. Be thankful Amron spoke up for you. Take my advice, prisoner, and avoid the animals of the jungle. One bite from them, and you'll be riddled with the plague. Now go, and don't make me regret granting Amron's favor.
There are creatures that carry the plague right outside the town gates. You will not even reach the outpost without being able to defend yourself. Take this equipment. It may not be the same as your old things, but it will give you some chance at least.
Hello. Looks like we'll be here for a while. Might as well be friendly. You and everyone else who got in their way. I suppose once they took the temple, they considered us expendable. Yes, that cursed Valdez. Now we're stuck in some tree, imprisoned by walking foliage. How dare they abandon us? Huh, I suppose you could call it that. I've tried to tell them to let me out, but they're a stubborn lot. Oh well, I can wait for them to see sense. Well, I doubt it. These blasted rings around our heads seem to sense our intentions even before we've thought them. The previous occupant in your cell threw his bowl at the guard and was dead before it even hit the floor.
Cowardly dryads. They lost the battle, but they have no scruples about treating their prisoners like slaves.
These dryads do not seem intelligent enough to keep a decent watch over us. I'm sure I'll be able to escape soon.
Morden scum, leaving me to rot.
Morden wretches, abandoning their own troops.
I'm still waiting to hear that you brought the sharpening stones to the outpost. Now get going before I lose my patience.
Stop distracting me. I'm sure the sap bloods will have some horrible punishment awaiting me if I do not repair this on time.
Prisoners only speak to the warden.
I'm already a good blacksmith. My Uncle Ajax showed me how to fix his gauntlet when it broke, and Mama lets me sharpen her knives.
You must be one of Celia's. You wear the ring of submission around your neck. I recognize you. They brought you in last night. The battle was terribly bloody. We lost many from our village. Worst of all, Valdez succeeded in taking the Aegis of Life. It is a magical artifact that kept the Morden at bay. Without it, we are reduced to barricading ourselves behind these walls. Before we sealed the gates, you and the other injured prisoners were carried in. Some of you were mortally wounded. We worked hard to save your lives. You may have forgotten mercy, but we have not. You are indeed the enemy, however, and so you will stay with us as our prisoner. Here you are. And if you have some time, perhaps you could do a favor for me? With all the fighting, we go through armor armor faster than we can craft it. Duma and Sen both need my help throughout the day and into the night. But I've only been in this trade for a short number of months. There's much to remember. My memory is not normally this poor. I have lost dear ones in this war, and my mind is distracted. I seek your help. I must craft 5 suits of armor before the day is over. But with so much to remember, I have forgotten some of the steps involved. It would mean the end of my apprenticeship if the craft mistress learned of this. There is a tome of smithing within the Great Hall that is sure to contain such information. I would be in your debt if you can discover the steps to creating Dryad armor. Take the lift to the southeast across to the Terrace of Wisdom. The Great Hall will be right in front of you. Have you discovered the steps for crafting that armor? Duma has been giving me the looks. I'm afraid she has realized that I've forgotten one of the most important crafting recipes.
Yes? We're rather busy, so make it quick, prisoner.
Ha! You must have been roughed up pretty badly out there if you think I'm going to sell you anything. Well, I do have a few things I was going to throw away. You can look them over if you don't have anything better to do.
Well, prisoner, I suppose I can enchant an item for you so long as that ring ensures your good behavior. If you are able to pay my price, I may be able to make you something very special. First, you must understand that becoming a master enchantress is not easy. One must spend many years studying the arts of herbalism and alchemy. If one did not know the properties of every reagent and the results of their combination, why, terrible things could happen. I have even seen careless apprentices blow themselves up. For one of my caliber, even the most difficult of tinctures and salves are possible. There is one in particular that is my specialty. It grants a fair amount of life recovery. I am told it is quite useful if you are interested. My customers call it Lumilla's Salve, and it can be applied to enchantable armor for fighters and rangers, or jewelry of your preference. I would be happy to make some if you bring me the ingredients. 4 nettle clusters. They can be found in the jungle, if you keep your eyes open.
What are you doing out of the prison ward? You should not be wandering around here.
Greetings. Here to look at the teleporter. Teleporters are part of an ancient magical network that people use to travel across Arana. Your party can use them to rapidly journey to locations you've previously visited. Left-click a teleporter to activate it, and open a list of locations that your party has previously visited. Select a location, and click OK to teleport there. Here in Ireland, Warden Celia determines who may or may not have access to the teleporter.
Do you know where you are going?
Welcome, friend. The Guild of Death keeps watch over all who pass into our realm. If you have recently died, and do not want to retrieve your party's corpses by returning to them, I would be happy to summon them here. As payment, I will take the gold left on your party's corpses. I'm sorry, but you must first have a corpse in order for me to summon it. I'm sure there are plenty of creatures in the wilds of Arana who'd be happy to help you out.
Welcome to Bernard's Odds and Ends Traveling Emporium. I made it to the safety of Ireland's terraces just before the Morden attacked, and will be staying until they leave, so take your time browsing my fine assortment of goods. I carry many special reagents, all of which Enchantress Lumilla can use in enchanting your equipment.
I didn't expect to see you here. If you're leaving town soon, I'll lend you my sword arm. Been wanting to show this town my back for a long time. You won't be sorry, whatever you've heard.
You are clear to leave. I hear you're off to cause some trouble. I don't suppose you'd care for the company of the best fighter on the island? I hear you're off to cause some trouble. I don't suppose you'd care for the company of the best fighter on the island?
Do you know where you are going?
Prisoners only speak when spoken to.
Were the ancient empire of stars still around, this kind of monstrosity would never be allowed. Attacking a defenseless island. Where's the honor in that?
If these dryads had applied themselves and fought with skill, the Aegis would still be in our hands. How could they have been so foolish as to have let Valdis capture it?
My story is both long and sad. You'll probably want to sit down and take out a hanky. Many years ago, I was captain of a fine ship. Now, Oh, well, one day, my ship was wrecked in a brutal storm. I was washed ashore, unconscious. When I came to... Right. As I was saying, when I came to, there was a beautiful woman standing over me. There was something a little odd about her, though. You'll never believe this part. This is the part no one ever believes. As I was saying, there was this beautiful woman, and she was... well, she was green and leafy. I had seen many strange things in my time, but none so strange as that, let me tell you. Well, except maybe for the... Well, you see, when I was your age, before I was captain of that ship, of course, I was a soldier. I was stationed at Windstone Fortress, which was built by the ancient Azanites way back before the... What was I talking about again? Oh, of course. As I was saying, my job was to sweep the cloister in the Temple of Zyria at the heart of the fortress. So one day I was sweeping and I stubbed my toe. You'll never guess what I stubbed it on. We wouldn't have let senile old men into the temple, no. It was a green stone carved with the ancient Azanite symbol for the Tree of Life. There was a socket in the center of the room that looked as if the stone would fit inside it. But I took a nap instead of trying it. I bet if I had, though, it would have opened a secret door or something. There, now, wasn't that riveting? Well, now, I believe it may be part of some sort of puzzle. You know, they were keen on that sort of thing back in the temple's heyday. If you could investigate that for me, it would put my mind at rest. Thank you, friend. The Temple of Zyria can be found deep within Windstone Fortress.
You seem filled with the light of Zyria, mercenary. What? You do not know of Zyria? 1,000 years ago, in what historians call the First Age, Azunai the Defender rose up against Zeramoth the Unmaker and led his people in battle to escape the yoke of tyranny. Zyria served as a mere outrider in the van of his army. Legends say that she crept up on Zeramoth's army of Sek infidels, close enough to overhear a plan that surely would have ended Azunai's rebellion then and there. Well, she bade one of her companions to make haste to Azunai's camp and warn him before it was too late. It seems that the lovely creature who had recently entered his company, and with whom he seemed quite taken, was actually a Sek in disguise. With the warning dispatched, Zyria herself rode full into the center of the enemy's encampment. By the time she reached their mage's tent, it is said that she was riddled with arrows and worse. Alive by sheer will alone, she slaughtered every mage in that tent that night before they brought her down. Indeed, when the last Sek mage died, the enchantment was dispelled, and all could see the true nature of Azunai's paramour. And just in time, too. A few more minutes, and she would have slit his throat. I will never forget Zyria's bravery and sacrifice. If she had not acted, you and I would surely not be here today.
If these dryads had applied themselves and fought with skill...
My fine spirits are not for prisoners. Water will do you fine.
The battle has brought so many travelers. I can hardly find beds for them all. This inn is the crossroads of the island. If you ever lose a friend, chances are they'll end up here. The Warriors Guild Pact states that one of your standing may add a third seat to your party roster, but you must be charged a one-time fee for it. Do you wish to add a third seat to your party? I see from the way you're slapping your pockets that you don't have enough gold at this time. Come back later when you can pay.
There are no decent recruits to be found here. And what's worse, while my own squadron finds glory and riches in battle, Soldier Jordan is languishing in this backwater town seeking phantoms. Pshaw. If that wasn't enough, these leafheads don't even eat decently, let alone fight right. I'd give near anything to taste red meat again. The bloodier the better. It's a statuette of Zyria. I'd be willing to give it to you in exchange for some fresh meat. This dryad diet of leaves and insects doesn't agree with me at all. There are no decent recruits to be found here. If that wasn't enough...
Greetings. I have some secrets to share with you. Now take a look at your compass map. Notice how I show as a green dot? Interactive objects like levers and doors show as blue dots, and monsters show as red dots.
Wanna play?
Though this is a dryad city, it was built using elven methods. We have taught these young creatures well.
If these dryads had applied themselves and fought with skill, the Aegis would still be in our hands. How could they have been so foolish as to have let Valdis capture it?
Don't let this calm fool you. It's not safe beyond these walls. It seems every animal has turned against us.
you fought with the Morden. Are they powerful? They're a blight. The world's better off without them. When I see one, I will kill it. I trust you won't stop me?
There you are, prisoner. Come along. I am to take you to the outpost. It is just ahead. Hurry now, the outpost is just a little farther ahead.
Welcome to Bernard's Odds and Ends Traveling Emporium.
I hear you're off to cause some trouble. I don't suppose you'd care for the company of the best fighter on the island? Really? I mean, you've made an excellent choice. What a team we'll make!
health and mana bushes have been growing well of late, don't you agree? Following the Great Cataclysm, as the newly formed web of ley lines spread throughout Arana, small trickles of magical energy rose to the surface. Occasionally, the flow is strong enough to create a permanent upwelling of magic. Any bushes growing in that place eventually take on magical properties of their own, becoming reservoirs of either health or mana-replenishing energy. When enough energy of one type has accumulated within the bush, it takes on a visible glow. Blue for mana and red for health. If you have the appropriate skills, you will be able to harvest the health or mana stored in the bushes in the form of potions. Rangers may harvest health bushes by spending points in the survival skill, while nature mages may harvest mana bushes by spending points in the natural bond skill.
Hurry now, the outpost is just a little farther ahead.
Greetings! Are you here to use this incantation shrine? This circular stone structure next to me is an incantation shrine. Very little is known about their origins, but they can be found all over Arana. They seem to be located in areas that resonate with the harmonics of the ley lines. When you... Greetings! Are you here to use this circular stone structure next to me is an incantation shrine. Very little is known about their origins, but they can be found all over. Chants are words that, when spoken within an incantation shrine, invoke the deeper harmonics of the magical realm. There are many ways to acquire chants. You can learn some from wise... Greetings! Are you here to... This circular chants are words that, when spoken within an incantation shrine, invoke the deeper... To recite a chant, step into the incantation shrine, type the chant and press the enter key. If you have learned the chant and have recited it correctly, a flurry of magical power will appear as the incantation commences. I have learned a few chants in my time. I will teach you one now so you may see how they work.
Kirani? What happened here?
Celia, what a surprise to see you here. Look, the prisoner just saved us.
I came here to make sure this one followed my orders. Saved you? How is it I see the escort I sent lying here dead?
Don't be too harsh, Celia. Jera was overwhelmed. There was nothing the prisoner could have done to save her.
Too harsh? There is no such thing. Not for one who murdered our people and defiled our shrine.
I have looked into this one's eyes, sister. All I see is a haunting remorse. We are not the only ones who have lost souls dear to us in this war. This prisoner saved our lives.
Is it true what Kirani says? Did you defeat those Morden? Some of the sisters seem to think that you deserve your freedom. I don't think so highly of you. But perhaps I could be yet convinced. The Morden know we've suffered a devastating blow. They smell blood. Kirani tells me they are erecting towers around this village and taking over all of our outposts.
It's only a matter of time before they lay siege to our homes and destroy us all. Valdis plans to march to power over the bones of our people.
Burn those towers to the ground, and you'll save our lives. And yours. I'll consider it done when I see the smoke in the air.
Here's the outpost gate key and some basic gear.
And here is the stone that will allow you to use the teleporters to return to Ireland. Do well, and I'll consider granting you your freedom. I might even give you back your gear and that cheap medallion. So it seems you hold dear things other than a sack of coins. You are more than meets the eye, prisoner. Good luck. See that those towers fall, every last one of them. Come, Kirani. We must return to the prisoner ward. We have much to discuss.
Greetings. Here to look at the sanctuary doors? Sanctuaries are small rooms that are said to contain powerful treasures. However, they can only be obtained if you have the proper weapon equipped and the necessary skill required to break down the magical sanctuary doors. No one really knows who built the sanctuaries or where they came from. All that's known is that they were usually found along the old trade routes amongst the ruins of the last age, and that they are often located in remote, dangerous regions where only brave adventurers dare to tread. There are 4 types of sanctuary doors: melee, ranged,
nature magic, and combat magic. The symbol indicates the class and weapon type needed to open the door.
I remember you. How did you make it out alive? I had not thought any of you mercs survived. A shame. We were looking forward to killing you. Go through this gate and report to the tower up ahead. The password is Chaba. Welcome back, brother.
You are quick to switch allegiances. I hope the day does not come when I have to face you on the battlefield.
Hungry. Go to the tower up ahead and give the password Chaba. They will fix you up. Hungry.
Have you discovered the steps for crafting that armor? Duma has been giving me the looks. I'm afraid she has realized that I've forgotten one of the most important crafting recipes. Take the lift to the southeast across to the Terrace of Wisdom. The Great Hall will be right in front of you.
Yes? We're rather busy, so make it...
I'm glad to be getting out of that town. I want to see what's out there in the world.
Password. That is indeed the password. The password for kill the filthy mercenary! Die, traitor!
I would have died by nightfall had you not arrived. You have my thanks, stranger. Who are you? You? A follower of Valdis? I cannot believe that a servant of that merciless tyrant would have acted so bravely. Valdis is driving his forces hard. I overheard the Morden complaining of his ruthless demands. He never tires, never rests, and he expects the same from his servants. It hasn't rained in a while. The wood's sure to be dry. If you could make a torch, it would burn beautifully. But watch out. I saw them loading explosives inside. Use pieces of my cage. Light them on that campfire over there. It hasn't rained in a while. The wood's sure to be dry. If you could make a torch, it would... I am going back to Irulan, and I will speak to the Warden. You are a hero, not an enemy.
I'll see all those Morden towers burn before I'm through.
one who kidnapped Tansy! Tell me where she is or I will kill you, fiend!
I'll kill you first, Green Lady!
I nearly bested him, the little imp! Tansy will surely die now! They nearly killed Hesla as well, but I was able to bring her safely back to Ireland. But Tansy, I could not reach her in time! Tansy is my niece. We three, Tansy, my sister Hesla, and I, were searching for survivors following the Morden attacks. Tansy was taken by the treacherous Haku. Yes, they are vile fiends. The caves nearby have long been a Haku stronghold, and gladly did we allow them to remain, even though they did occasionally cause mischief. We should have exterminated them when we had the chance. Oh, poor Tansy! Please, stranger, you seem able and well-equipped. Help me find Tansy. I am wounded seriously. I do not think I can continue the search. Tansy will be done for if she is not rescued soon. Oh, bless you, friend. I am sure they cannot have taken Tansy far. There is a vast network of caves within these cliffs. I recall coming across another entrance once, in the dark jungle between this bridge and the next. I was headed there when that horrible vermin ambushed me. My prayers will be with you, friend. I will make my way back to town and join my sister in the infirmary. Please hurry. Tansy must be terribly frightened.
The battle has brought so many travelers, I can hardly find beds for them all. This inn is the crossroads of the island. If you ever lose a friend, chances are they'll end up here. The Warriors Guild Pact states that one of your standing may add a third seat to your party roster, but you must be charged a one-time fee for it. Do you wish to add a third seat to your party? Congratulations! You may now have up to 3 members in your party. Would you like to see what adventurers are available? The Warriors Guild Pact states that one of your standing may add a 4th seat to your party roster, but you must be charged a one-time fee for it. The battle has brought so many travelers, I can hardly...
Need another sword arm, huh? Well, I suppose I've drunk my fill for now.
Welcome to Bernard's Odds and Ends Traveling Emporium.
My priest's son? Traitor! All Haku die if Usurper win. Usurper fool to trust Morden. Morden kill Haku. Haku must help Tree Ladies. My father helped Tree Ladies. I go find my father.
Did you see that? Haran could not have been lying, else why would he have come to my defense like that? I thank you for arriving when you did, stranger. This place is not safe for us to linger. Let us return to Irulan before the other Haku return in force.
What are you doing out of the prison ward? You should not be wandering around here.
You've certainly convinced me of your worth. I wish you the best on your journey home, friend.
I fear it will be a long and bloody time before we are free of this Morden scourge. I feel as if the sun has gone behind a cloud.
Prisoners only speak to the warden.
You're not dead. I know. We saw the smoke.
Enough, Celia. Set the prisoner free.
This one deserves our gratitude, not our distrust.
Valda's forces were on the verge of overwhelming us. I do not need to tell you of the cruelty they inflicted on our people.
What will stop this prisoner from going straight to Valdes and informing him of the sorry state of our defenses?
This one has killed too many Morden. Valdes would never welcome such a person back into his army. The Resistance is in desperate need of such a warrior. I ask you to put an end to this cruelty, Celia.
Very well. I can see no reason to restrain you further. Somehow, you have earned not only Amron's trust, but that of these two as well. Go to the Great Hall. There, you will find a sister named Tar. She will remove your ring, and she will give you your things. And your medallion.
You will now be more welcome in the village, I expect. Tar can help you on your first leg of the journey home.
Watch your step carefully, stranger. You know that I will.
Be on your guard, friend. Valdis will have heard of your attacks. He will want to exact his vengeance.
Take the lift across to the next terrace. Walk through the merchant shop's building and take the southeast lift across to the Terrace of Wisdom. The Great Hall will be directly in front of you, and you can find Tar inside. If you want to see your beloved medallion again, go to the Great Hall and speak with Tar.
Prisoners only speak to the warden.
You've certainly convinced me of your worth. I wish you the best on your journey home, friend.
How dare these wood wenches treat me like a slave? Would that Valdis had killed them all when he had the chance.
Watch your step.
Stop distracting me. I'm sure the Sapbloods will have some horrible punishment awaiting if I don't repair this on time.
Do you know where you are going?
These Morden invaders are much more frightening than the trickster Haku. Even though the forest folk can't be trusted, at least they're small enough to throttle.
You seem filled with the light of Zyria, mercenary. What? You do not know of Zyria? 1,000 years ago, in what historians call the First Age, Azunai the Defender rose up against Zeramoth the Unmaker and led his people in battle to escape the yoke of tyranny. Zyria served as a mere outrider in the van of his army. Legends say that she crept up on Zeramoth's army of Sek infidels, close enough to overhear a plan that surely would have ended Azunai's rebellion then and there. Well, she bade one of her companions to make haste to Azunai's camp and warn him before it was too late. It seems that the lovely creature who had recently entered his company, with the warning dispatched, Zyria... Indeed, when the last sect mage died, the enchantment was dispelled.
It is said that Elendil, the leader of the Agalan giants, used his own powers to grow the trees large enough to support this town. I think that is a nasty rumor started by the humans to discredit the Dryad nature mages.
Suilad, have you encountered a war pedestal before? War pedestals are rather useful relics from an age-long past. Unknown to many, they house magic that those with good hearts can use to instantly recover their powers. The origin of the war pedestals remains shrouded in mystery. These strange monuments are scattered throughout the ruins of Arana and are avoided by most travelers. whether by ignorance or superstition. I am not certain. To activate a war pedestal, direct a party member of your choice to attack it. This will release the pedestal's magic, and that party member will instantly recover his powers and will be able to use them again immediately. Greetings! Are you still curious about war ped...
Greetings. I can tell you how to get quests, if you're interested. As you travel through Arana, you may meet people who have colored icons over their heads. I would advise speaking to any of these people as soon as you see them. People who have colored exclamation points over their heads have quests for you. People who have colored question marks over their heads have new quest information. People who have gray question marks over their heads also have new quest information, but they are waiting for you to do something first.
I hear that I am to set you free. What a pleasure to be taking someone's ring off for a change. I imagine you've had quite enough of Celia. Here's what is left of your gear. Those engravings on your medallion are unusual. I've never seen anything like them.
Bite marks. Those are animal bites on the mercenary's arm.
What? Oh no. Step back. Don't touch me. Are you mad? Those animals carry the plague. The plague is raging through the island. By the fates, you have it. Anyone who is infected with it is transformed into a murderous creature. Animals carry the disease in their bite, and you have been bitten. It is only a matter of time now. Why would I create such a nightmare? Of course it's true. They say the Dark Wizards created the disease to lay waste to Valdis's enemies. They are Valdis's greatest weapons. They're hundreds of years old and beyond evil. Long ago, they turned to a form of magic so evil, it destroys those who use it. They are slowly dying. It is said that they even ingest Voldane to keep the black magic at bay, which tortures them. They are horrible creatures, and they use their own suffering to fuel the wicked magic they cast. It is no tale, for you live it. Please, you must leave before you infect us all. Many have hoped that. Some believe the stories about the healing properties of the sacred waters within the Elven Shrine. Others accept their fate and enter the exile colony. I will not quench the hope that burns in your breast, but be aware that many have tried to reach the shrine, and none have returned. Travel past the Morden Towers until you reach the Elven Ruins. You'll find the shrine there. There used to be a shorter route but became overrun with the Haku and we had to block it off. Take this vial. Use it to hold the Elven waters if you reach the shrine. Here are your things. Goodbye. I weep for your fate. Go on, leave. Go to the Elven Shrine past the Morden Towers if you cling to hope of survival.
I have heard a tale or two in my time and can recite many stories of old. I am full of years, but my memory is still youthful. The island is quite large and completely covered by jungle. There are many caves, most inhabited by various dangerous creatures. There is a much larger land to the northeast where the elves and humans live. They call it Arana. Greyland's trees give us nuts and fruit, and its rivers give us water. We were happy and content here until Valdis and his armies came to harass us. Ireland was built in the time of my mother's mother. Before that, our people lived among the ancient ruins in the jungle. Something was causing the jungle creatures to become more dangerous, so we sought to build homes in the trees where we could be safe. Our first attempts were disastrous, but soon the elves came to us and offered their help. We chose this location because it is near a sacred water source, and it is near the Temple of the Coast, which the elves say is important. The temple was built long ago to hold an ancient artifact of great power. The elves have an artifact that is much like it. We tried our best to protect it, but Valdis was too strong for us. It is in his possession now. The Haku have always been troublesome. Occasionally they steal our food and throw rocks at our children. And one time they even set fire to Ireland, although that may have been accidental. Mostly, they keep to the deep jungle and play their drums in the bowels of the darkest caves. Lately, they have become more bloodthirsty and have begun openly attacking our outposts. They never had the courage to do this before. I think that someone is goading them into it. Elven scholars used to come to our island in great numbers to study the ruins. They believed they were built by an elven tribe that lived on Greyland long ago. Of course, now that no one can go into the jungle without an armed escort, many of them have stopped coming. A few of them didn't want us to use catapults against the Morden armies because we might hit something important in the shrine. I told them that my city and my people are more important than a pile of mossy rocks stacked by some long-forgotten elf. They were very upset when Valdis destroyed the Temple of the Coast, but I reminded them that if they had lent a few more soldiers to help defend it, the tragedy might not have happened. The elves seem to be more concerned with the past than the present. A Scath once came to Irulan. He wore a strange golden helm, but I could see his beady eyes within. He wanted to inspect the artifact in the Temple of the Coast to see if it was genuine. When I told him we didn't even know what it was, he said, "It is better so." I took him to see it. The instant he laid eyes upon it, his fur stood all on end. It looked rather funny. "This is not what I was looking for," he said. "This object is far more powerful than that I am seeking. Guard it well and keep it a secret, for if those with power hear that you have it, your fate will be a dark one." He went back to the mainland soon after that. I wonder what he was looking for. Elven scholars used to come to our island in great numbers to study the ruins. They believed they were built by an elven tribe that lived on Greyland long ago. They were very upset when Valdis destroyed the Temple of the Coast. But I reminded them that if they had lent a few more soldiers to help defend it. The elves tell us that Arana is many times larger than Greyland, and that the whole continent is a wasteland except for the forests they inhabit. The Azunite Desert is the part of Arana that is closest to Greyland, and it is a dusty place of thorns and rocks. Our human friends come from there. The humans tell us that it was once part of the Empire of Stars and is filled with old imperial roads. They use these roads for travel where they can, but many of them have worn away or were destroyed in the catastrophic event the elves call Terminar. The desert is also home to the Scath and many other creatures, mostly hostile. The humans have built many fortresses in the desert. Windstone is one of these. They say that it is constructed within a narrow canyon, with defenses tunneled into the canyon's walls, and a temple to their goddess of war, Ziria, at the canyon's end. They claim that the fortress is completely impregnable. Our human friends claim to be descended from citizens of the Empire of Stars. Their ancestors built great cities and fortresses whose ruins can be found all across the desert. The elves, however, believe that the humans now inhabiting the desert come from Liskanza in the north. They say that the Empire of Stars was utterly destroyed in the Terminar, which the humans call the War of Legions. The elves tell me that this is a deceptive name, and that the Empire's legions had nothing to do with Terminar. I cannot say for certain. Neither I nor any of my mother's mothers were there to see it.
You may have traveled far, but I will wager you have not encountered the kind of terrible beasts that I have dealt with.
Have you made your funeral plans? How should we bury you? Or maybe you'd like us to burn your corpse, as is the Dryad custom. If you say so, personally, I think we should put you out on the river in a flaming raft. That would be something.
As if the Morden Scourge is not enough. Half of the town has shown signs of plague. We were forced to send the victims to an exile colony, else the infection may reach epidemic proportions. Such a horrible disease, and none seem to have any ideas to a cure.
You have honored my family, friend. Speak to Hesla if you are willing to help us further.
I thank you for coming to my aid. I am not sure if Haran could have defeated so many Haku single-handedly, but your presence seemed to scare them off in time. Yes, he was the one who tried to save me from the usurper's knife when you arrived. They were planning to sacrifice me to their gods. I've been trying to convince my mother of what happened, but she is being stubborn again and will not listen.
My thanks. Your bravery has saved my daughter. I cannot think of what might have happened had you not found her when you did. May all Haku rot forever. Please, take this with my gratitude. Tansy has told me of her terrible time with the Haku. If it happened as she said, and one attacked another, then now is the time to strike. The time to defeat the Haku is now. If they are fighting amongst themselves, they will be distracted and open to attack.
Wait, Mother, you are mistaken. Brave stranger, it is not as my mother believes. I was speaking to the one you saw when you arrived. His name is Haran, and you will want to hear what he has said before you obey my mother's wishes. Haran is the son of the Haku High Priest. His father was overthrown by a Haku usurper priest, the very one who appeared in the cave after Haran freed me. Haran's father had always encouraged the Haku to live in peace with us, but the usurper is allied with the Morden. We need to help Haran's father restore peace before it's too late. He is hiding in a cave in the jungle.
Tansy, that is enough! Child, you have had a great trauma. You must rest now and leave these worrying matters to your elders. You must seek out this Haran and the Haku High Priest and defeat them. The sooner the treacherous Haku are gone from the island, the sooner I can be at peace. Good. If Tansy has not imagined all of this, you will surely find this Haran creature without too much difficulty. There are not so many caves in the southern jungle, but be on your guard all the same.
This is wrong. Please do not listen to my mother. Once she has made up her mind, she will not change it, despite what may or may not be true. But you, please give Haran a chance to explain things when you find him.
Tansy said the Haku infidels can be found in a cave within the southern jungle. Find them and kill them before they kill us! Tansy thinks that Haran creature can be found in a cave within the southern jungle, along with his father, the High Priest. Find them and kill them before they kill us. I cannot rest until I see proof of their death.
Get out of our town! Your infection may spread.
Go away, you. I have no wish to acquire a wretched jungle illness.
Take care in the jungle. There are horrors out there, the likes of which you've never imagined.
Have you discovered the steps for crafting that armor? Duma has been giving me the looks. I'm afraid she has realized that I've forgotten one of the most important crafting recipes. That is good news indeed. If I don't get started soon, I'll never be done in time. Dryad armor is tricky stuff to make on a forge. Quietly now. Tell me what the tome said. Oh dear. Please hurry. Have you discovered the steps for... That is good news indeed. If I don't get started soon, I'll never be done in time. Dryad armor is tricky stuff to make on a forge. Quietly now. Tell me what the tome said. That rings true. Please wait a moment while I make the armor. Excuse me, Craftmaster Sen. The Dryad armor is completed, just as you requested.
What is this? You cannot call this piece of shoddy workmanship Dryad armor. I am displeased, Telanu. This is not fit for even practice gear. You had best produce a masterful piece on your next try if you value your position here.
Ah, well. Thank you for aiding me. I'm afraid this did not come out very well. I shall have to try again. You may as well keep this armor as thanks for your trouble. I doubt that it is quite as useless as Sen seems to think. Have you discovered the steps for crafting? That is good news indeed. If I don't get started soon, I'll never be done in time. Dryad armor is tricky stuff to make on a forge. Have you discovered the step? That is good news indeed. If I don't get started soon, I'll never be done in time. Dryad armor is tricky stuff to make on a forge. Quietly now. Tell me what the tome said. That rings true. Please wait a moment while I make the armor. Excuse me, Craftmaster Sen. The Dryad armor is completed, just as you requested.
This is indeed fine work, Telenu. Excellent. You may keep that suit for yourself as a reward for a job well done.
My thanks. Craftmaster Sen seemed almost happy with my work for once, and it's thanks to your sleuthing. Please, take this armor as a gift for your assistance.
Welcome to Bernard's...
Greetings. Would you like an item enchanted today? Or perhaps you have found some of the ingredients for my salve. That is a good start, but I still need some more nettle clusters, or the salve will not have any effect.
Back to brow.
Do you know where you are going?
The warden says that if I do what she says, she'll allow me to train with the nature mages here. I hope so. The Dryads are world famous for their nature magic skills.
Those filthy brutes left us on the field to die. So much for loyalty among the Morden.
Greetings, stranger. Do I detect the accent of Amanlu in your speech? I visited there once in happier times. It was my poor daughter's favorite place. No. My daughter is lost to me. Killed by those foul Morden beasts when they took the Temple of the Coast. Perhaps. My daughter was young when we last visited the elves' fair town of Amanlu. She pestered me for days for one of those curiosities their craftsmen make. But we were poor, and I refused. Now that she is gone, I would give anything to grant her wish, even if she will never see it. Aye, something to remember Amanlu by. I do not have much to reimburse you with, but perhaps you will find this of use, for bartering purposes. I make these dolls for a living, though there have been so few children lately that they barely support me. You have my thanks. When next you are in Amanlu, be on the lookout for some sort of memorabilia. Please find some sort of memorabilia from Amanlu. Anything to lighten the heaviness in my heart.
I hear you have earned the trust of Warden Celia. Not an easy task, to be sure. You must be very capable to have managed it. I could use your help if you care to earn some coin. I knew that would get your attention. I specialize in antiquities, you see. Before Graylin Isle became home to the Dryads, elves lived here. You probably have seen the ruins of their buildings in the jungle, yes? Well, as you can imagine, there are many rare and beautiful artifacts to be found, if one searches carefully enough. Oh, most are valueless fragments in truth, but occasionally, if one looks in the right sort of spots, you understand, one can find a bauble precious enough to guarantee a comfortable future. Aye, friend. I am very practiced at finding the right places to look. Ply an adventurous type with a goodly amount of drink, or slip a generous amount of coin into the right hands, and one can learn all sorts of trivia. I will tell you what I know of a particularly valuable object, if you are willing to seek it out. I reward my treasure hunters very well, you know. Good choice. Now listen closely. Beyond those ugly towers the Morden have built on the western ridge lies an ancient elven shrine. Inside, there is rumored to be a secret vault containing the sapphire of the elves. If the rumors are true, this is truly a relic of historical importance. My sources tell of a secret mechanism you must discover to gain entrance to the outer vault rooms. Once you have done that, the inner vault itself is opened with a series of weighted rocks that need to be positioned correctly. I'm sure you can figure it out.
I will sell you a pet, but only because when you die of the plague, it will be able to find its own way back. I'll answer that, but keep your distance. Pets come from other worlds. They can be brought here and tamed when a nature mage opens a rift that temporarily connects our world to theirs. It is a dangerous business, this, and no wise nature mage would do so alone, lest the creature that wanders through attack the caster. Put that down! Stop touching things or get out! A rift is a gate to another world through which living things may pass. Some nature mages know the locations of some rifts, and even use them to supply merchants such as myself with stock. But as I said, it is a risky business. Some creatures can be much more powerful than others. You are getting too close. Stand back! I have only ever heard of the most powerful nature mages mastering the pet trade. Rift magic is dangerous both to our world and the one on the other side. In fact, a nature mage who supplies some of my stock is looking for an assistant. It's too dangerous to handle alone. They are tamed either by the nature mages who open the rift, or by one such as myself. It's a dangerous business, but with the right skills, it can be done. You are getting too close. Stand back! I have only ever heard of the most powerful nature mages mastering the pet trade. Rift magic is dangerous both to our... Business may be slow, but yours I don't need. If you want a pet, then buy one. Otherwise, leave. Alas, nothing unusual, sickly one. But I've been trying to acquire some dire wolves lately, ever since I discovered they existed. What a magnificent addition to my shop they would be. Have you heard of them? I once thought of them as mere legend, until I came upon a group of mages in the forest trying to tame some null beasts. A profitable business, mind you.
Well, suddenly a large blue wolf emerged through the mage's rift. Before the mages could react, one of them was dead, and the gnawed beasts had all been torn to ribbons. The remaining mages destroyed it, but it was a fierce and costly battle. There is a noteworthy mage living here in Irulan named Rokar. He knows how to obtain a dire wolf, but I have not had time to visit him. Track him down and tell him that I am interested in obtaining a direwolf specimen for my shop. If you don't run off, I'll make it worth your while. Excellent. Rokar can often be found talking with historian Erisu in the Great Hall. A dire wolf would certainly help my business. Please keep on the lookout for one. I expect that Rokar will be able to assist you. He should be with the historian in the Great Hall. But mind you, keep your infected hands to yourself. I need him healthy. In the meantime, what do you want?
You may have traveled far, but I will wager you have not encountered the kind of terrible beasts that I have dealt with. Oh, is that all? Oh my, she doesn't expect much. Well, a test to my abilities is always welcome. But I will need accompaniment. There will be Gnoll beasts to contend with, as well as Morden Growl mages, who often patrol the rift locations. If that doesn't frighten you, join me, and I'll attempt it. What say you? Good. Head out the south gate. Follow the path as if you were going to the exile colony. Just past the ruined amphitheater, leave the path and go to the riverside to the north. Cross the footbridge and enter the small cave on the other side. There is a short tunnel. Go through it. On the other side, the rift will be directly in front of you. Take care of the Morden in the area, and I will meet you there.
No one may enter the southern jungle until we find out more about this plague. That includes you. Look, the gate is big, sturdy, and exceedingly locked. Go do whatever it is you should be doing.
It is said that the Vikash's sorry state began with a strange illness. I wonder...
The proprietress of the tavern is crafty. Dryads do not make or drink wine, but they import elven vintages and then sell it back to us here at a higher price. I admire such bold innovation.
It is tragic how many of the Dryad Sisterhood have perished in the fighting. These Dryads are not prepared for war. Now, elven folks such as myself are accustomed to loss. Those who seek involvement in others' affairs must accept the dangers that come with. Foresight can help, aye, but it cannot be willfully controlled, and it seems matters close to one's heart are always shadowed in the dream world. I would give anything to cheer my young daughter, but alas, I am unable to give her good news. My husband and I came to Irilon to assist the Dryads, he to train them in the Dance of Blades,
I'd teach them our methods of mending wounds. He is missing, but I would certainly know if he was gone from me forever. He will return when he is able, one day. Sadly, our daughter Chalet does not understand and is most distressed. That is a rare flask of elven ale. I'd be willing to give it to you in exchange for something that will cheer my young child. A child's doll. That is just the thing to make my daughter smile again while we wait for my husband's return. I promised you the flask of elven ale. Here it is. The doll you found me has made my daughter much happier. I thank you again for your kind help.
There are no decent recruits to be found here. And what's worse, while my own squadron finds glory and riches in bed. If that wasn't enough, these leafheads don't even eat decently, let alone fight right. I'd give that as a statuette of Ziria. I've had time enough on my hands to carve a few more of them. These
Welcome to Bernard.
Greetings. Would you like an item enchanted today? Oh, wonderful. These look to be in perfect condition. Here you are. 1 vial of Lumilla's salve. Greetings. Would you like an item enchanted today?
Back to browse.
You are quiet. Have you lost your tongue?
Nothing to say.
Well, this is going to be an awfully long journey if we must endure your pouting.
No longer than putting up with your pointless chatter.
Hey, great leader! Why did you ask this wet rag to join us?
Be quiet. The next Morden Tower lies ahead.
So it does. Those Morden will rue the day I joined this group.
I can think of one half-giant who already does.
Well, stranger, it seems that you've been granted your freedom. You may pass. What? Why would you want... Zyria, have mercy. Yes, the shrine is at the top of the ridge. Go now, and you may take any supplies you need. Just go quickly. You may return here if you get in over your head, friend.
Did you see the way those monsters fell before me?
Wasn't watching. Had my own concerns.
There's no need to get snooty. I was just pointing out how well I did in this battle.
It's easy to judge who is good and who isn't.
And how is that?
At the end of the day, the good ones are still breathing.
Plague victims are not welcome here.
by my mother's mother. Not even my tonics can treat your infection.
Sorry, no beds for plague victims. Please leave quickly. You'll drive off customers. The Warriors Guild Pact states that one of your standing may add a 4th seat to your party roster, but you must be charged a one-time fee for it. Do you wish to add a 4th seat to your party? Congratulations! You may now have up to 4 members in your party. Would you like to see what adventurers are? Very sorry, but the Warriors Guild Pact states that one cannot purchase a 5th party slot until they become a true veteran.
Ew. How can it be? Then the cure works. How did it feel when you drank the waters? How did they taste? Then you are immune. The elven waters have transformed you against all hope. And you saved us as well. There are so many dryads in the exile colony. Tell me it is not so. Dozens of infected sisters are living in exile. That will not be fast enough to save the infected. Oh, to come so close to the cure only to have it snatched away. Fate is cruel this day. Then you must share that water with the exile colony. The exiles never lifted a finger against you. They need you now. Imagine their suffering. You won't just stand by and let them die, will you? But both destinations lie on the same road. To leave this island, you must take the portal on the far side. Leave by the south gate, then go into the southern jungle to the exile colony. Continue on to the Kithraya caverns and through them. Perhaps I could accompany you as a guide. Together, we will perform good works.
Greetings, friend.
Ah, my treasure hunting adventurer has returned. Have you succeeded in recovering the sapphire? My friend, this is indeed a lovely specimen. I know just the collector who will appreciate it. You have done well. I promised you a fine reward, did I not? Well, you shall have it. This should repay you for your troubles.
Please take your time browsing through my goods.
Safe travels.
I want to thank you for asking me to join you. I've been called a thief by some from your own hometown. It's a lie, but people...
must you move so slowly?
I'm coming. Those sisters need our help. But will we be able to do anything?
Who knows?
They must be suffering greatly.
Perhaps. On the other hand, they might be getting a kick out of becoming murderous savages.
Daru, how can you say such a thing?
Obviously, when they turn, they seem to take pleasure in attacking anything that moves. Maybe they're having a great time.
Daru, you think this is all just a tremendous adventure, but those sisters' lives are in our hands.
Yes, I know. No need to be a wet blanket. Let's be off!
We are likely to be attacked by many Gnawl beasts while the rift is open. Know also that if a Morden Growl mage should locate us, you will have to prevent him from interfering. See that I remain undisturbed through it all. That all went much more smoothly than I had anticipated. I will send this direwolf to the Irulan pet shop immediately. See you back in town.
have enough antidote to save all of them. How will we decide who lives and who dies?
Leave me, young one.